Hello everyone, back at it again with this videos game. I had a very good time with Disco Elysium the other night, so even though I was kind of planning on playing some Night in the Woods, I decided to play more Disco Elysium because I have not been able to stop thinking about it for the past 2 days, which is about how long it's been since I last streamed it, so, there you go. How's everyone doing tonight? How's it all hanging? Um, Speaking of Night in the Woods, that was a song from Night in the Woods that you just listened to. I think it's from the Lost Constellation DLC. The music in that game is very good, which is why I decided to put it in. But yeah, I hope y'all are doing all right. Uh, uh, for some reason, someone followed me apparently this morning when I wasn't streaming, or maybe like yesterday morning. I don't know. Um, So, even though they may not be here right now, I want to say a big thank you to Pop E Pop Up Poppy Pop Up Emo Poppy Pop Up Epo. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name. It's a bit messy for my dumb brain, as it were. But thank you for the follow. Trying to get to 50 so I can unlock their fucking community points, channel points. Those are pretty cool. Those would be interesting to mess with. Let me boot up the game here now that we're ready to go. Can't see that loading screen unfortunately, but it's really good. It's of the horse-looking statue that they got in the in-game town square, which is pretty neat. Bit of a fan of that. Bit of a fan of this game in general, honestly. You've been very addictive, even if I'm not a big fan of most of the characters. Uh, I think. Huh. Might as well just load this one. When we last left off, we managed to finally take that body down from the tree. Um, we took that body down from the tree. Yeah, that was good. Then we also um, moved forward to day 2. My buddy Kim over here managed to save my ass by having us sell some hubcaps that he took off of a guy that was a criminal and used those to sell for the rent. Currently, we're still a little bit short for tonight's rent, but we're only like, excuse me, 14 cents away. So for tonight, at least, I don't think we're gonna be having much trouble. But maybe tomorrow we might start worrying a bit. Might as well talk to these two again. Whoa, something going on.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Case solved.
Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
What did I crack?
What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
The future. It's some other third option?
No. Stop goofing around, recruit.
I talked to that lady, and she said, yeah, my husband isn't missing. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it might be the missing husband of the wheelchair woman.
Yes, and you found him. Now
The working class.
Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing her?
I'm only making a fool of myself.
Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later.
This is nonsense. Discard the thought.
Not honorable, recruit. Not honorable at all.
Well, fuck you, authority. You may be the definition of authority, but you're not gonna have any authority over me.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you?
Oh, I found your guard booth.
Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and Money is tight.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Hold on, why are you on leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
That doesn't sound healthy, but also a lot of people in America do that because healthcare is stupidly expensive for no reason. So I can definitely see it.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
So who was that working your shift last night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
That seems like a bit iffy.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
It doesn't matter if you're there or not, then?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
René is but one man. We need a program to get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. Proudly hold out the tear bag. I'm gonna say this because this seems like the most. Yeah. Just give everyone a job. Fuck it. Doesn't matter what it is. If they can do it, just give them the job.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
Got it. Thanks.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Does it have anything to do with all the bullet holes I've seen around?
Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
It's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was the heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Who are... oh, excuse me, sorry. Who are the communites again?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like.
Anarchists.
They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not a good look on me. Did you use it?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
Squeezing a bowl in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
They should have chosen a place away from the people in the buildings.
This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in '08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Shake your head and look down at the crater.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There's a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
So you're saying this place should continue to be a bombed out shithole? Even though people live here? What the fuck, man?
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players of the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I don't think I just do. Which coalition now? The coalition Revachol never finished the job, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
Okay, fucking boomer. What would be the boomer term for, like, Revachol? Revachol. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, I'm sorry.
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
I think I already know who these are. These three were just like dumb assholes, I think. We definitely already looked at the statue of Philip. What exactly is suzerain?
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our
White
last
check,
stand
okay.
against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? 42%, come on! Yes!
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
Fucking coming in with a clutch composure, hell yeah. How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
Croix de Bravo and the Setting Sun. Did you get them for...
For bravery.
Ooh. Breakthrough imminent, hell yeah. Not killing babies or...
No. We were the last ones to keep all the baby killers and rapists in check. And let me tell you, son, if there hadn't been Royal Carabiniers, Revachol might not be standing at all.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
Well, fuck it, let him wander. What did you get the medals for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. when men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say march, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Pretty damn clever indeed.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Damn, ouch.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Johnny Lawjaw, my jaw is tight. That's no dink, that's a fighter.
So I grabbed the dink, started crawling, kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the joyless freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood, piss and shit. He was the commanding officer and...
Pissing
I
and
was on
shitting and
duty,
coming.
just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drison. 2 days later that was.
Damn, Jesus Christ, man.
And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Hold on, you're just a little bit proud of Renee's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me.
I'm impressed that he lived. That's cool, but, I'm not a big fan of war and such. Not very good, in my opinion.
How did you find the story to be, officer?
I fucking hate this guy, but he did do something crazy. You know. He was fighting the rebels? Yeah, the rebels were smart. Were they the good rebels or the bad rebels? I don't know in this case. I don't remember. That's what I'm having trouble with. I don't like either of these options. This one is sucking up to Rene too much. This one is more about like, wow, fuck you, and I'm not about that either. And this one is just like, oh, I don't know, man. I do not like Rene. He's very. Sorry about that. I don't know what's gotten into me. Probably should have grabbed some water before I started this. I think my best option for right this current moment, though, is 3,
Bon Dieu.
unfortunately.
You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service record.
Yeah, you got a good point.
Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly, and you need to get your hands bloody too. Really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Thank you for the story, Rene.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men too. True Eversolians. Men with backbone.
Oh yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord,
Oh.
please.
Oh, boy,
bring those
yeah.
things back, if you can.
Definitely glad I didn't stick up to him now.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
No. Legendary 14, 8% chance. It's a red check, too, so fuck that. Huh. I don't know why he's not reading it this time. Plus 20% zoom out distance? Damn, okay. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you arrive above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in a matchbox house. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning. A modern death. Divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him. Make him smaller. Make him less you. Interesting. Yeah, so this is from, I guess, the divorce that my character went through. Damn, really can fucking zoom out now. Huh. Alright, there's a fence there. I didn't even notice that for a second. My problem is I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do in between now and tomorrow. Because tomorrow's when all the good shit's happening. Thought I could interact with this, but I guess not. I remember seeing this and be interactable the other day, but I don't know.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Push it harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Release the lever.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Pull the lever again.
You pull the lever all the way up until nothing happens.
Damn.
A spring brings the lever. Wasn't there a...
Right, okay. Get to the coast, you'll need to use the panel to close the water lock. It's been blocked pending repairs, which should be done by Wednesday morning. This will open up a new area in Martinez. Huh. Right. I gotta go prove my authority to that guy, but the problem is it's an incredibly difficult skill check, and my authority isn't too high, and also, you know, I don't have any skill points to up it either. The last time I tried to do that, we went into the topic of racism and was like, damn, every option here is bad, so fuck it. I think it's a check I can't do right now, anyways. Kim Kitsuragi, southwest entrance to the tenements. Burst and destroy. Cafeteria window.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass
Squint.
like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still...
Huh. Godly. Yeah, I need to up my authority in some way. It's at 3, which isn't bad, but you know. Spiritual. Esprit de cool. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that either. Ledger of failure and hatred, damn. +1. +1 shivers. Yeah, this one's just better. Guess I could talk to Kim again. Ask him what I should do. Oh shit, there's money over here. 0.50 Royale, there you go.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
Oh, okay.
He said they'd be back on Monday.
The water lock's fucked, sorry about that.
What could be keeping them?
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
The water lock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck there.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
You may not believe it, but it looks like some maniac crashed his motor carriage into it. It's blocked by a big butter billboard. It fell right into the water.
Oh, sweetie. If it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Yeah, sure.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And
Okay.
if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here when or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Oh, dude, no problem. She's still worried he hasn't come back. Let Moral know if you see him. Looks, character,
Oh, dear.
relationship.
I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
Let's try that again. If I were to trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not
Nice.
the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
Congrats. Congrats. How did you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
Your husband is some kind of scientist.
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
Cryptozoology? Cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear more about this insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Ah yes, Phasmatodea. A diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially.
Oh, colloquially. Damn, this man.
Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insular Indian coast.
I mean, that doesn't sound too far off, like reality.
Hence its name, the Insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment
Does it have
zoologists
cool
doubt
powers?
it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
You seem really excited about this cryptid.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insular Indian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
What's so special about the stick bug then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
Mm-hmm.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Suggestion 2. Yo, let me hear about it.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
Bring it on. Let me know about all the cryptids.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Okay, Kim, fine. That's all for now. Yo, let me talk to you, Kim.
Yes?
Why did the 41st send me?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why's that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station.
No.
And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez.
Sorry about dropping frames there.
I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even
Oh,
if they
healed
did,
morale,
you're
hell.
in for a surprise.
Thank you so much, Kim. Nothing. Oh,
No response. He's having trouble processing it.
There was-
Believing it even.
there was heavy drinking involved. I don't remember anything.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
What's wrong with personal affairs?
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
What should I concentrate on?
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles.
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
It's not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred, like, on an unprecedented scale.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazarus. Was there anything else you wanted?
You don't feel hopeful. Nothing. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. And then if I can't do that, I'm not very close to level up, so I might as well just go through that bookstore's haunted situation, because I don't have anything else I can do right now. It's all either side quest stuff that won't really get me anywhere, or it's like, you know, like special borscht. You know, like this I can't do until tomorrow. This I have to wait until tomorrow, you know. Can't do this one because I missed the legs. So, oh well. Put the clothes in the trash. Right. Yeah, this is a lot of victim tattoos. Could ask about that, but I don't know.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Alright, pull the radio out.
Precinct 57, how may I assist you?
Please connect me to Station 41's Lazarus.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Just, I'm in a bad way, Doc, a real bad way.
Oh, it's you.
I've lost my memory. You know who I am?
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me.
Sure, but can you tell me about myself? As in who I am?
Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do.
I've lost my memory, all of it.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised.
You're not surprised. Okay, anything else?
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Is there anything you can do for me?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Yes, I want the truth.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I've got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Macpherson.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Guess that's it for now.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Please connect me to Sylvie again.
Just a second, officer.
Dropping frames, oh no. I hate to see that little button turn red.
Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes, hello?
Hey Sylvie, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
My badge is missing. Have you seen it anywhere?
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Kim doesn't have a uniform and he seems real to me.
He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
I found my patrol cloak earlier, but have you seen my policeman uniform?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
I showed you my gun?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and
What did I do?
you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall," painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains. Very nice visuals there.
I don't know what to say.
Me neither.
What happened to my gun?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big butts cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
I think I got everything I need, thanks.
You hear the call breaking up on the other end of the radio, and then the already familiar voice.
Damn. Shit's kinda fucked, huh?
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Could I refer to...
10-4, coming in office.
Wait, you're go.
10-4, sir. That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over. Understood. Roger that.
Damn. That shit sucks. Yeah. Cook, you can find him. Tried to talk to him, but that didn't go anywhere because I cannot understand what he's saying. I guess I could talk to Call Me Mañana about it, because he's friends with him apparently. Ask him if he's got anything he can do for me.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Who do you think killed the hangman?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
Everett says Titus Hardy and his boys killed him.
That's so. I haven't heard anything about that. But if that's true, well, he was an enemy combatant.
Were you involved in his death?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
Right.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Yo, I'm gonna quick save here real quick, just to see
Hold
if
on
this
one
option
moment.
immediately goes bad.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
Has antiquated social values, to say the least.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilantes? Come on. He's just trying to keep the peace.
Let it go.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share.
Aye.
Well, how large? Not wage or pensions or.
This stuff, they already covered.
He's got the benefits.
It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place.
How much of a share would you like?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people, or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grand. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
Right on.
Just the way the world works, boyadero.
The boss man, can you tell me about him?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does bossing
I
the
wish you
unit
kinda get to
entail?
be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties. Watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
I mean, that does seem lavish to me.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
Not you, you would like to say. But then there's that weasel door. This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
Seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation.
Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
It's not disco. Maybe I'm a boy Diado?
No,
Unless.
no.
No.
The man sits on the railing. His hand
Alright, nice talking to you. I gotta go. I gotta go see if I can harass Everett again. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna go see if I can talk to those people again and get anything out of them. And if that doesn't work, then I'm gonna have to go to that bookstore and burn some time in there. Can I call them?
the payphone hangs.
Right, okay. Still don't have any idea where my badge is, though. Like, no clue. Hey, Twitch chat, if you happen to be here, I don't want anyone to be like, this is what exactly you should do. But if you could tell me where I could go to, like, start a path to finding my badge, I would greatly appreciate it. Just sort of, just a little hint. Because as of right now, I'm completely lost. And I'm not too sure what I could do there.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I have some more questions for you.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Do you
It's
work?
like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
You're Ubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Where is everyone?
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
Damn.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What trouble did Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Did they kill someone?
No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would tell him?
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down besides the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Hold on, who's this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Damn.
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
So this is the union fixer, the gardener?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
How are whips smart?
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
I'm off. 2 people have mentioned Edgar now, the boy with the lazy eye. I'm wondering if I'll be able to talk to quote-unquote Everett about that.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time.
I don't like the impressive drum that's in the background for Everett's theme and the theme of the harbor itself, and fucking Measurehead. God, Measurehead. What a bitch. type one in type one in the chat if you think Measurehead's a bitch ass motherfucker like I do. Oh. Kim, that was a little weird, but alright. I don't wanna harass you about it. I wonder how I can get down there. Because I might have to somehow sneak my way past Measurehead for that. But then, I don't know, that might just loop back around to where I've already been, and that would kind of defeat the purpose. Huh. Hold on, or wait to gain additional information. Interesting.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Why are you not with the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
But you're all part of the Union.
The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the Union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept to the Simmon use. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
I absolutely do not want to subscribe to his advanced race theory, even though that seems like one of the only things I can do right now. That old woman's still around here, I think. Yeah.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph.
Huh. And it can't go down this way because it's completely blocked out. Yeah. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, the pathing in this game is kind of weird sometimes. I don't know what's going on with that. Shortcut I didn't even realize was there. Alright, here's an emphasis on attempt to prove my authority to these men. I don't think it'll go anywhere, but you know, I can try. I could also talk to her.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the Hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
Okay, let's change the topic.
Please, do.
It's not her. She's not a Hardy girl. Definitely.
Are you Lizzie Elizabeth, Miss Buford?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face. You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
Easy Leo told me about you. He likes to talk a lot.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. Establish that.
He said you were in debt to Mr. Clare.
I represent the Union and these men here. Don't make this personal.
A very minor victory.
Hell yeah. I've done something.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Doesn't look happy to see you. Week when you first met, Standard World die.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
I get it, Titus. You really are the authority around here.
Oh?
You must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I'm a drunk on the job too. I don't give a shit, just like you guys.
Speak for yourself, buddy. We've been giving a shit for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
It's not about who did it. It's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got it. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Flacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one.
Oh, is that the woman I talked to
Silvery
upstairs?
jumpsuit, blonde. That's Amon Ju with an O-U.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were.
Oh, fuck. Is Omage a disco dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Keep your cool, keep your cool, keep your cool.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as
God damn it.
Titus looks at you oddly.
I got fucked over by the game.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
Thank you, we'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
I'm going to take off now. Excuse me, voice crack. I'm gonna wait until later in the day for me to look out that window. I think there's something. Oh.
Officer, what was that?
You mean the sweating and the fidgeting when he mentioned her name?
Yes.
I think I know that woman.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
That I partied hard and not very mental healthily.
So she overheard you? Or did you party together?
So this is what it feels like to be interviewed.
Not very fun.
You'll get through it.
From her room, it's the one next to yours.
Anything else?
As to where we are, what year, something like
That's
that.
clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else?
Oh, don't mention the first thing. Nothing. Let's move on.
We'll be alright, officer. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright. Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride here. Try not to mess it up.
Wonder how we can find that sad song. I might be able to buy it from that pawn shop. Might be in like the radio or something. Whatever the fuck it was called, the tape deck player. Quick save. Actually, for real save. Just for the sake of having something in case some real bad shit goes down.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
Woman's hotel bill. Looks like she has she's had an extended stay. Take breaks, talk to strangers, and explore. I've read this several times, but I'm going to keep reading it because, you know, it's good advice. What was this?
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
When your finger crossed the surface of the glass.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was replaced recently.
Looks like it, yes.
Huh. Interesting thing to note. Handful of dried white wildflowers.
Welcome to the roof.
Okay. The lone woman has a cigarette in one hand, a cup of coffee in the other.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
Electrochemistry, shut the fuck up!
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I might need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
No, I just trashed the place.
I know. That's probably also why the cleaning lady quit.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Harry Dubois.
This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
The chorus of the 35 single, megaphoning the entire human race, instills you with the fuck it all swagger that prompts one to plow into grannies on your morning stroll.
How long do you think until the hard wears us down?
Oh, I've got a couple of good years left on my warranty.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Oh, I see.
What could she be thinking of? It's hard to say. Her shoulders are relaxed, her eyes on the cigarette.
What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amandou.
And how old are you?
I'm 28.
Where are you from?
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje.
What is Oranje?
A bad memory, officer.
Bad memory of what?
Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. A night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. if you're no longer there.
What do you do, miss?
Something stupid.
What's that?
Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
What is Oranye's literature about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money then?
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese Lit.
Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
Of course she won a beauty pageant. She's very symmetrical.
Can we take... I don't know why we want to look at her passport, but alright.
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
I don't want to press her on this, so okay then.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
Thank you. That's it for the record.
The record. So official.
Nice room we've got here?
Yeah. It's pretty deluxe.
What are you doing here in the Rolling in Rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Ravachol?
Here in the Whirling.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell.
That window is new.
It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
I have other questions.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Oh.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
What does that mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
That's one way to put it.
She means the Hardy Boys.
So they exaggerating it then.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
They asked you to spice things up for us?
Pretty much.
Warming them.
Warming them. Warming her hands with a coffee cup, okay. What did happen then?
We partied.
What kind of partying? The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
I didn't know that was physically possible.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Were there feelings involved?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
It must have been hard for you seeing him there.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
That was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Right, they call it
Reporting
snitching.
crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
The caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
So that's why the phone is out of order. She tampered with the whirling landline.
And in the process, he broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Seems like he had some idea. That was nifty.
Thanks.
Why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
Yeah, good point. What can you tell me about him?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know. Hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
I've also seen him in a dream.
You have?
I've
Not
seen...
like I do, I imagine.
I see him as me.
She fishes a cigarette out of her pack and lights it. Then looks at you with her lungs full of smoke.
I can see the similarity, yes.
The air smells of menthol.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
What did they hang him for?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was... what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military. Worked for Wild Pines. And against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for Union members.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably down there now.
And how did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Thank you for your telling of us all this.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
I had something else, so before we go, a little thing.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Look her in the eye.
She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit.
What is happening?
Nothing. Just time passing. Don't worry. You are not a fool. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe.
Over your eyes.
A strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
That fucking everyone was chiming in there, damn. Fucking Damn, that was weird.
Why not? I'll be here until
The
11
dialogue in
p.m.
this game is
drinking
so
coffee
good.
most
Yeah,
likely.
I definitely don't. I definitely see what you mean. Fucking, literally all of my brain parts are chiming in, going like, "Yeah, this is fine. Nothing's wrong. This is fine."
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
Do you think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did she tell us all of that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not so sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something's off here.
You think so? She seems forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Move your hand, fast!
You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand, just a glance, then takes a drag of her cigarette. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod.
Yo, fucking speedy boy over here. Shedding his petals quickly in your pocket.
6 crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
What is this?
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
What's the revolution?
A big political and military conflict. Ask around or buy a book.
Who pinned them?
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sight. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War.
Does this flower blossom in early spring?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved.
Is it a coincidence?
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand.
Question Classier about the dead man. Ask her a little later when she's collected herself. I'm assuming this either...
Same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Where does this lead to?
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Push.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy.
Physical instrument, very low. Let's go! Oh! That sounded like bones cracking. Ow.
You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the premises.
I got pretty high, but
But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
To be fair, I got a good roll. The problem is my instrument isn't very high, so I didn't get a very good bonus.
Alright, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
My health pool's pretty low, but at the very least, I'm glad that I have more than just one health point. So if I do take a hit, I'm not immediately just fucked, you know. By the way, it's very nice to see you here, Chaos. How are you doing? Glad to have you around. It's very, makes me very happy. A quick save real quick and see how this store's all about.
This medicine cabinet is full of
Later than
wires.
I've been up lately.
Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. It's been used quite a lot. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pills.
Not interested in the rest of that, honestly. I could... Ah, here we go.
Socioeconomics. 0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
Damn, -1 authority? You gotta be fucking kidding, man. I put a point into authority for that very reason. Why is my pain threshold limit so high? What the fuck? That's weird. Huh. Is there something I'm missing? Reception raised to 5. Ah. Think there's a concept here that massively increases... Yeah. Rigorous self-critique. A learning cap for pain threshold raises to 6. Motor rate cap raised by 1. I don't like this one as much because, you know... less... You know, whatever. Didn't realize there was that many... Can you come out of that room, Kim? There we go. No. Kim. Come on. Kim. God damn it, Kim. Fuck. Kim, please. Okay. Now, stay behind me now as I close this... Okay, fine. I hate myself so hard, I'm good at dealing with my own hurt. Yeah? I'm playing the sorry cop right now because I'm trying to play as a character who's getting his shit back together, even if it's not, you know, doing the greatest job at it. And even if I don't have that, I looked at other playthroughs in between me playing it and just the first part of the game, like the first couple hours of Monday. But I've seen someone get something about like getting your shit together, but on like a universal scale.
The man ponders his cooking.
Stay masculine. Let me talk to these people. Let me shine my flashlight right in his face as I talk to him.
What is it now?
Volumetric shit compressor. It's what happens if you're really bad at dealing with a dead body. Classier says she wasn't raped.
Fuck. I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, Elizabeth, he just said that, you fucking idiot. I just heard it.
Shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
Yeah, except I just talked to her and she said that didn't happen, so I don't know.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Cut the bullshit. She told me the truth.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
Except I didn't try to... I tried my best to not push her. She just told me the truth.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy. Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you Titus Hardy are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying.
Yeah, good point.
Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad, listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
Why should I care about the tape? You lied to me.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that, honestly.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
I'll get back to the investigation.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You
Fine.
Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
I'm going to take off now. Door gun or Megamix. Either in your room. There's a tape player in my room. I fucked up the tape. I don't think I fucked up the player, though. That's what I'm thinking. Chaos, I asked this earlier. I don't know if you heard me. Do you have any advice as to where I could start as to find my badge? Not explicitly where it is or explicitly what I should do, but like, hey, maybe go here and find it, you know. Do you have anything like that? I would appreciate it.
The compact tape player is still and silent. Seems it has completely broken down now. The machine was made in Revachol by a company called Le Mercier. Their logo depicts the triple-towered Delta skyline. It was supposedly built to last. There's no fixing this one.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore.
Visited the pawn shop already. Yeah, Kim saved my ass by helping me sell off some shit that he had in his car in the last game. In the last session, I should say.
Radio. Let's try to find a new tape player. Perhaps we should talk to Roy.
I already saw a
You stare at the great door. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, the dead speak. Respect the tape.
But yeah, I was gonna say, I already saw a tape player in the dude's pawn shop, but the problem is I have exactly the rent I need for tonight, and I don't really have much to sell that, you know, I would be able to keep rent. And I definitely do not want to fucking sleep in the garbage tonight or whatever. Unless, A, I don't think Kim's gonna save my ass again, and B, you know, I don't really know where else I could get money right off the bat. I could ask the rich lady, but I also still don't have my badge, so it's not like, you know, it's not like I would know. Not like I would be able to talk to her very much, I should say. Sucks that she has like mission critical shit to tell me about the case, but she literally won't talk to me unless I have the badge. I mean, I could find tear, but as far as I understand, I've already found all the tear that could be found in this area, and I can't go to the south until tomorrow. So you know.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
Can I play a tape on one of the boomboxes just real quick?
Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have, won't now. A discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's 12 real.
Remember, he doesn't like music. He likes sounds. The Door Gunner Megamix is his type of tape. Certainly, he'd give you a discount if he knew you'd play something so experimental.
The Door Gunner Megamix here, the era-defining work.
4 real is offensively low, but just this once. For the music, concrete, cop.
Oh, here you go.
Here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
The fact that I managed to pull that off is a little bit disgusting, honestly, but you know. I didn't think it'd be that big. I didn't think it would be that big. I thought it was the smaller yellow one up here, but not the fucking the boombox. A reel-to-reel boombox, yeah. The fucking technology in this game is wild. The fucking front-leaning car that Kim has is a fucking nightmare. Jesus Christ. Oh, this game murders me. Anyways.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
I don't know why he didn't narrate this, but whatever. Type money, anything else you can sell in there. There is a few things, but I don't want to. It's shit like, oh, I have Kim's pen and that kind of shit, so I don't want to fuck with it. You push commencer, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally.
They cut shit out?
I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
What was that at the end?
End of recording.
Right. What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
He did also he sounded inebriated.
Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Who's this Cordy?
One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his.
What's Kohoi?
A village on the Samaran in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoi is just merc talk for atrocity, slaughter.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
Right, what now?
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night.
Huh. Let me check my inventory real quick. Unfiltered contact. I got this, but that's been helping me out a lot actually. Give me some bonuses here and there, so I don't wanna fuck with that. Can't really.
An intricate web, it still kind of looks like a map of Gon.
Right, okay.
The worn map features.
You can't sell the board game? I bought it. Then again, I did already get all the good shit out of it, like the minifigure and shit. So I guess I could sell that. I wonder how much. I've paid for 25 for it. 25 real for it, though. I don't know how much it'd be worth without the fucking dice in it.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
What?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Is it just me or is it really warm in here?
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
What's with the triangles on your vest?
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
Must have been tough.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early death. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
How did you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thank you for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
No, I'm good. I want to ask about my missing gun again.
Sure thing.
I sold me a gun? My gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Off the chart photon emissions? Like when you shoot it? Or have people from Everett Clare's union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady looking guys came in here yesterday. Looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it.
Too much heat. Right. Yeah, they get real... As in, like... Heat as in, like, temperature? Or heat as in, like... You know, things are hot with the police. You know, that kind of thing?
They went their way. It was a trip. But
right, okay.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Thanks for the review.
Sure, man.
You might be able to aid?
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
Having a gun around at a place when guns are hyper-regulated is asking for trouble. Yeah, you got a good point. That's all I've got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure. Let me have a look.
I'll check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Yeah, this is 3. It's not going to let me sell the board game because that's in my interact menu and not my general ship menu. Sell my clothes.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment.
Should I sell that? I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
Do you know what the tattoos mean?
A photic path, counter-radiance network, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
I don't have anything to sell at the moment.
Another time, perhaps.
The traffic menace on the loose.
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Does that mean you don't have any idea who the driver was?
He shakes his head, slowly.
I have other business to take care of now. $4 is, you know, better when it comes to having it's recycled desperately. Yeah, I got that bag, but like I said earlier, I found all the terror I can find in this area, as far as I know. I could. Me laughing turned into me coughing. It's not great. But I could see if I can beg that woman in the boat for money. Because I definitely do not want to... I can ask the woman in the wheelchair, but I don't think that will go anywhere.
Bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
But yeah, apparently from what I've seen in other playthroughs, there's an interaction you can have with the older lady in the wheelchair. And I do not want to go through that path. That seems just like an asshole thing to do, honestly. At least as far as I'm concerned. Huh. To cover damages. I already have money to cover damages. I already paid the 130 real. Now it's just 20 real a night. It's less exorbitant amounts of money to cover for damages and more just, you know.
Just an ordinary.
Right. That's there. I can ask, see if this will do anything for me.
A sturdy... This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into. You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
Am I?
Obviously. Look at that vague yet threatening stuff spewing forth from your...
Did Joyce give you the money and did you do the thing? Joyce? I don't know. Who's Joyce again? I'm having trouble keeping track of names. I don't remember who Joyce is. Your non-compliance is hindering a police matter. I may be forced to refer to you for potential prosecution.
I know my rights, and don't you mom me, boy.
But the sweeping on the other side has stopped.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our...
Older woman on the boat, right, okay.
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick, sort of.
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Ha ha! Hey, Joyce. You still here?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I've talked to Everard.
You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Rainbow socialist. I didn't like him.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
She answers her own question.
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic. Verm-like. Corruption. Reaching into the bowels.
Sorry for coughing so much, goddamn. Joyce hasn't given you a handout already, I'd ask her. The funny you mentioned that. I tried to ask her the other day when I first talked to her, and I failed the check for it, but I did succeed in a different check. So instead of being like a grumbling mess, I instead just said, "I'm the scum of the earth." And she was just like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then we just left it at that.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Quote-unquote Everard said something to the same effect when I talked to him, too.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Should not have told her about about how you lost your gun.
Conventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell
well,
people
it's too late now.
to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
He says it's almost ready to be found soon, as in he's holding it hostage from me.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now.
Of course he's lying to me.
Unless, of course, he's lying to you.
I think I'm about to pass out. Well,
anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
It was very nice to have you around. Thank you for stopping by. If you want to talk about anything, let me know. He asked me to open a door.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Oh my. A real door.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
I got information that was useful to the case.
That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you had to do.
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't ask anything in return.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal, and it was not for nothing. I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
That's all I've got to say.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about.
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
A nameless settlement down the coast nearby.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing.
You're quite
strange. Why does she want to go there?
You're quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
You've been to Martinez before?
Yes. I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Huh. Sounds like you missed those times.
Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08. Imagine.
Damn, he wanted to build a youth center there.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
So you're sad you can't buy the place?
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
I'd rather talk about something else if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
Oh boy, here we go.
Feelings will guide the way.
It's the case I'm solving.
It is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You have so much else. I only have this. This is the entirety of my existence.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, in a home somewhere. I only have this case.
Officer.
I don't remember anything except this lynching. There's only this coast and the lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Kim, did I upset you? I hope to God I did not upset Kim.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
You could just find my badge, you know.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
We don't investigate?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Okay. Sounds like a good idea to me.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
No need. Tell me something.
Of course.
Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
From Samara to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Do we need to talk to Leo again?
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green. like the River Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did, on more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Right.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
What proof do you have?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
Right.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with the source ingredient for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Okay.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout.
No,
Hopefully
2 of
one
them.
of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I suspect the traffic jam won't disperse for a few more days. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
So, I'm gonna talk to, Aranya real quick again. Miss Aranya. Just for the sake of, having that done before nightfall. And then I'm gonna go talk to the, lorry drivers. I wonder if we have to eat or drink in this game. Because it was probably because of a scripted sequence, but Kim made us drink a fuck ton of water all at once earlier. So, I don't know. That's funky. That's weird. Game broke. What the fuck? Did you see that? How come Kim's shadow was on the wall in the bathroom on the other side of the wall? What were they thinking? What the fuck were they thinking? You know, that kind of thing. Don't be afraid to say weird things. People are more forgiving to persons of power, especially police officers.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Tim Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit a rape.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On the tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Kohoi was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Do you think he was trying to scare people?
No. I'm pretty sure he did all those things. And then had to internalize them to keep on living. until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Persona?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that.
Lely.
He was like the Seminole conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which
Aranis.
he wore in bed and in the shower.
You like this kind of stuff?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? In Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had some time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
Lely.
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Interesting.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Where's Lelystad? The place, I mean.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
No need to get political
The
right
young
now.
woman is smiling, still, about their bad habits.
How old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no, we even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
Thank you, Pain Threshold. Hell yeah. Better not mention it.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you.
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
Do you know what it represented?
It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattoos. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Oranese lit?
Is this Oranese lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Oranese lit. A moment's respite. Dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says,
That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that.
So she goes, okay, but what's this, baby?
And he's like, saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths.
And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You were the woman in this?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Change of topic, perhaps?
His eyes are blue?
Yes. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies. It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
I think we're finished with this line of questioning.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
What is this wildflower?
She looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught?
Why is it?
Sambo style?
Why is it there?
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind?
Let's return to this later, miss.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
It's what she said, yes.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of morality. He was 42 years old?
Where is this going?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Kim, how old do you think I am?
Huh?
How old do I look?
How old? 58.
Oh my god, that's really old, really?
You ask.
You're wrong with the deceased too, who's way younger.
He was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week.
I feel like I've been decomposing for longer than that.
On the bright side, you've been getting a lot of exercise lately.
Probably 62.
I didn't say 62. I said 58.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Bring it on.
To the laboratorium.
Date of birth generator. Log this just for the sake of it. When and where were you born? At least there's no research debuff from it. No more skill points though, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Good to know how old I am in this game. I don't think it's good per se, but you know, it's something. Already 5 p.m. in the game, damn. This this day went by a lot faster than Monday did. I think it might be because I've been doing more shit today, just in general. Revishol Oranje Klasje. Revishol Oranje Klasje. Just hoping I got that right. Not quite time for the disco music to be going off.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Talk to Classier about the tape.
And?
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for another blow.
And nothing. She stands by what she said.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
It's just locker room talk. It was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything and it didn't change her mind.
Dark? Dark is when you start a goddamn death rock band. He said he'd rape her. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? Oh, good goddamn psycho whore. Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
Her voice is a bit softer than earlier.
Okie dokie. This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Right. Excuse me.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Maybe she isn't who you don't have to say everything out loud, just mix and match, right? Maybe she isn't who you thought she was.
Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
She's not some helpless girl. She handled the mercenary well enough.
Handled him? She got into some stupid shit with that guy. Shit we had to take care of.
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. It's been a long day. I'm tired of running back and forth between you. I can see you're tired too. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!"
He throws his beer can down.
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
You don't just tell the police that their investigation is done. You can't just be in the middle. If you commit a crime and the police come down to talk about it, you can't just say, "No, you're not going to look into this, by the way." You can't. The police aren't just going to go, "Oh, okay, damn, sorry." No, that's not how that shit works.
Yeah.
So I think it's best not to.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us. Bartender.
He's the manager, not the bartender.
Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. Come on!
Clark is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good.
You guys are always telling me they're good and that they aren't.
Those are the other guys. My shit is solid gold. You can trust me.
You can I? All those ideas looked really bad.
You don't like these arguments. Let's see you come up with your own then. Come on. Everyone's waiting. Where are you?
God damn it. Rhetoric, come on. I can't believe this game is making me talk to my own parts of my brain like they're fucking people. You bitch. Can I? God damn it.
No, we fucking ain't, asshole. No one's fiddling anyone in here.
No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me?
You promised there were good options. Where are they?
Oh, you want more good options? Here we go. So good.
I mean, your sweet little place.
First he tries to kill himself, and now this? What next?
No. He's just playing his viola da gamba. Before becoming a detective, my partner was a violinist. Many of us were. Time to move to more serious matters, like what really happened between you and the man you hanged.
Fuck that! Kick his ass, boss! This is a fiddle-free establishment!
You hear that? One more peep out of you and you're on the curb, fiddle man.
I do not understand. This fiddle play totally fell apart. The concept was solid, but the delivery tragically off. You sounded like a madman, not a cop.
God damn it, Rhetoric. What the fuck? It's 5:20. I can talk to the fucking lorryman tomorrow. I really want to go through that bookstore shit. Cause hey, there might be stuff to sell in there. I haven't been in there and there might be stuff to sell. And you know me, I don't have a lot of money. Yeah. Right. Time for me to go in here.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Sebenese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Threatens your masculinity? Oh, fuck off, man. Was that physical instrument that did that?
Stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Semenese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
We have the key, right?
Exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Open the door and enter. We've got a few hours to take care of this. Sand dripping from a punch bag. Citrus fotis. Smells like leather and sweat. Ooh. Dude, that's easily gonna cover my rent right there.
What is this place?
Looks like a gym.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages.
He draws a stripe on the dusty floor with his foot.
I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there's a reason why no one's been here in ages?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Look unsafe. Can I do anything with this?
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
Fuck
there
it.
are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Lift the barbell. There are no collars on this
You're
barbell.
Right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
Should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Yo, what if I quick save just to lift this up?
Waits patiently on the floor like a dog for its master.
Ah! Did I bang my knee with that?
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form. See? See? This place is cursed.
Say nothing.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running. It clears your head.
No, it's not that. It's just a memory. A memory from another life. When you were young and fit.
Huh. Items. To sell beautiful old school sports equipment would be a sin. I'm gonna do it anyways, because fuck you. Damn. Blocked by old window panes and debris. Blocked by old window panes and debris, okay. Demion with strange liquid. Can we get in there? We're gonna have to go the long way, okay. Airship rotors, okay. 3 real, hell yeah. Strange yellow color. More real just sitting around here. Like, damn. Where are the clothes used to display?
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Do you think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard.
What the fuck?
The hatch on the machine's central compartment
What the fuck is that?
wide open.
Look inside the compartment.
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Press play.
Nothing happens. Something's missing. There's no tape in the player.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Press play again.
Nothing. Something's missing.
Right, okay. I'm gonna have to find a tape then.
This old fireplace is covered in
This is a fireplace?
blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
How am I supposed to know what those look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
The anatomy of the curse.
Perhaps. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Cost of the airwidth alone must have been huge.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Alright.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Oh, they played a fucking role-playing game over the radio, okay. Expect the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. This looks like an enormous improvement on the classic We're Out setting. Much more advanced. Light years ahead. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says,
oh God, you gotta be fucking kidding.
Will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
One of them is a welcome supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Right.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat-death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wura becomes untethered from its sun." 50.
Schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
It's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interinsulary game before. We just don't have the technology.
What do you think happened?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The world is...
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Poor bastards. They had a good idea going on, but, you know, the horrors of failures of capitalism. Production schedule, filament memory. Oh, does that work with the computer? It looks like the fucking error cube from Deep Rock Galactic. What the fuck? Am I the only one that's thinking that?
Tiles on the cube like a smooth draw. The filament bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Are you a machine or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. Now please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
How do you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios. Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident.
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
I mean, the glowing thing?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yeah.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
Is it my birthday?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Can you give me a hint anyways?
No.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you
I don't know the password.
I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information?
One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are... Nothing happens. The filament slides out.
Can I interact with this? Huh.
Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded with it. This old fire, the whole thing resembles Kadran.
Huh.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
What is this thing? It looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax, Kim, it's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Examine one of the ice cream.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
What's this giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
So they try to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I have to hide it somewhere safe.
It's
You
fucking
find the
Kuno.
filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Soif.
What's a filament memory?
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
Who's the little literate ginger kid? Is it Kuno?
Really? You don't have a single guess?
Do you mean Kuno?
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Yeah.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe they had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
Do you have any ideas what the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the Ice Bear fridge.
Ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. Has a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles. They look inoperable.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Shine light on the hidden compartment.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
You do the honors.
Sure. Okay, here's some more rifles. None of these seem to be working. No! An old Belmagrave rifle. That's rare to find in such good order. Seems to no longer be functional, but still rare. Here.
This should cheer you up.
It's yours, officer. You found this place. Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles.
What does that
be an old weapons cache.
What does this mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
390. Ooh. Some good money. Beneath the ceiling. That's still running. Huh.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Try to crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but no. This is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry bar.
Huh.
Don't even try to open it with a regular pry bar. You're just wasting your time. If you want to try again, then you need to...
Right. Fuck it. I might as well try.
This orange machine is buzzing like an
pry bar not strong enough. Okay.
It has a hand-cranked
Damn.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the Ice Bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Intercom wires. We're running into the breaker box. Hey. Ah. Actually, like, Nosafed, thank you. Oh, that one over there.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Is it a furnace?
Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are.
What are you doing?
I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? You should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
Yell hello!
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
This is the police. Who's there?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Thank you, video game. Did that just do nothing? Okay. I like how the game gives me the option to just kick it and damage myself like that. That's pretty funny. Oh, there's a door here I didn't notice. Insane mesh tank top, +1 drama. Okay. Huh.
An old called East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. This button looks new, but...
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Huh. Interesting.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
The dark sarcophagus. Pause dramatically.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Charnel House of Failed Business Enterprises leeching life energy from this bookstore.
I knew it. Oh, but what else did you find?
You don't have anything of substance to tell her until you found that entity of hers.
That's all I can say for now. Where did you even get the one? Wear it at your own risk. +1 drama clinically insane. Oh, I love it. Oh, I missed this earlier. Floorboards Creek. Does someone live here? Postcard La Delta 51. Postcard is prepaid. Huh. Shit. Hundreds of them. Thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
You must have confused me with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know role-playing games. Wirral Untethered. What else?
I don't like how good voice actor. I don't like how he pronounced that. He should have sounded. This is my unprofessional, not an actual voice actor opinion. He should have sounded more like, you know, dragged out the made a real, you know. That's just my unprofessional gamer opinion. Um, answers.
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to me for dice and role-playing games. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites.
What do you know about the man who is lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about a dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Do you ever take your eyes off the work to look out your window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Do you work often Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
Thank you.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like role-playing games?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Where are we anyways?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Create here.
I've heard this place is cursed.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
The bookstore isn't doing so well. There are hardly any customers. She has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Yeah.
And then there's me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Plaisance thinks because you're the source of it.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I'm starting to see that there is no curse. Only business decisions and natural market fluctuations.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
Why is it your business failed? Come on, white chick.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Leave it at that.
She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
The customer should have been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Maybe that's what Kuno needs.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
He's a little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Judging from the kids I met so far, it didn't really work out, did it?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken window?
Oh, this one's
Windows.
a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have
What the
guessed?
fuck?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
What does that mean?
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
So like the Red Room shit on the deep web, but like quote-unquote real?
Don't worry, the ACP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Someone here makes stuffed animals?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
I found creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
I didn't know insects had any rights or activists.
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket.
Damn.
And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I'm glad someone took care of the little guys. I like insects.
Really? Anyway,
What's with the rotoblades and skis?
they were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Why hasn't he been arrested?
Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around.
They were just the props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them
Oh,
getting
fuck.
into fisticuffs over Wiro. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
That's too bad. I would have supported them. The project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
Terrifying taxidermed bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
20 cents. Jesus
and
Christ.
by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritta does the same thing.
She was a free... Yeah.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs, and they already had the bear.
I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what's happened in Revachol Ice City, and then they already had the bear. What about the bear?
The bear.
It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Is the market doing its job?
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made the bear definitely wasn't. Doing his job, I mean.
Because he was doing drugs?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Figures.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion?
Megatherion. A mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I don't do drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
The building's intercom is not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
A few more questions?
I'm listening. I'm pretty sure. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
I'd like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Something to help with my work.
I think I have just the right one for you.
Police colors.
Because I'm a police officer, right?
Not the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best. Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
Totally overthinking it.
You overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions.
Fuck. No. The blue one. No.
Down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary.
Pick up the red die.
That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken. It's a shame. They might have brought you luck.
Is she pitying you?
Now, was there anything else?
Got fucked shit fingers. God damn it. Wonder if I can find it at the bottom of the furnace. I would hope to better fucking be down there somewhere. What?
Oh, it's you, of course. Tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush.
I almost consider. I gotta stand up for a minute. My ass is fucking completely numb. I'm almost considering reloading that save just to rush through everything and get that blue die, because goddamn, I want the full set. I don't mean to be a basic little bitch like that, but I gotta get it. I gotta like, no way in hell I'm doing it, but I gotta 100% this game, you know? Open my window while I'm at it, because goddamn, it's warm in here. Oops. Bumped into my table a little bit while I was sitting back down. Fuck it, let's do it. Won't take more than about 5 minutes, hopefully. I can rush through everything. So let me see what I have in my inventory from here. I still have a gun, so... think I didn't interact with the furnace yet, so...
A thick layer. Looks like this...
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages. No signs of...
A thick layer of coal dust covers. It's dark. The echo is...
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate.
You muster all your strength. You're dehydrated. Hungover. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney. Then again.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later. You're right.
Always has to be the skeptic that...
Well, here we go. It's weird how there was that many companies and I didn't notice most of them. This one and the game company and the
covers the furnace. Coloring its
the gym are the most obvious ones.
Really? Shouldn't
something.
Hello?
You've awakened.
Hello?
You hear...
After you, officer. Yes? What about me?
Tell me a secret.
Your brain sends this. It's like you're locked.
What's happening to me?
Detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant really
good.
Figured that was worth a shot. I need high authority. But I also don't want high authority, because I don't want my character turning into an asshole from high authority. Because that's the thing that will happen. They'll be like, he'll just turn into like a fucking dick, and I don't want that. I don't want. Cannot speak apparently. Gonna rush through all the dialogue real quick in order to get back to where I was a moment ago. Good thing there was a couple monies in here and some sellable objects. The game is arguing that I don't sell them, but hey, you know. Autosave. Does someone live here? Floorboards Creek. La Delta 51.
Hello, did you try? So what?
Could this be? She's got to direct you to the backyard.
Then how did you get it? Yes, Amelie is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. I'm a novel...
Role-playing games? You know role-playing games.
Answers? I'm not sure.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room.
How did I... Some of my friends were not the spec...
Some of those nice people have big...
Nothing.
Who cares? The lieutenant.
Your wind.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I might have.
It's like...
It's really hard to make any...
She knows.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the... But when I...
Plaisance was
creative.
Skipping through all this feels
I've
weird,
heard
but
the
you know.
stories. It's just Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her Oh, right. But you could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project. And then I've been here for 14 years. Malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source.
Exact. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else?
You feel nothing. She has begun to idly...
More or less.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes.
A bit of... It's not about the haircut.
I guess it just was... It wasn't merely a gym. It was... Kuno. Oh yeah. I think it would take more than... It didn't.
It's not really...
Eventually, the coalition took away the... Oh, there's... And they never cleaned up... It's a sub-road...
Don't worry.
Good luck with that. You mean anything else? They used to be... Yeah, and you know... And, naturally... Really? They were made... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. Sure, it's it...
They were just... Maybe you could make a sword out.
Fortress... They weren't... They certainly took the usual... Well, they seemed to believe they were... Yes, but when in the end they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough. Still, not everyone is going to make it. That's the nature of the game.
There is the dice.
Anything else? Oh boy, the play.
Indeed. What were the other items?
That was written by...
Fritta does the same thing.
Employing so... And they already... Of course not. Eventually, Ravishell ICT lost the price war to its rival. But maybe. Because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean. He said that the...
Sounds cool.
Mega therapy. It's by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. Anyway, anything else? Oh, I think none of the one with an empty name card. Sure, Amelie's good. I hope it clarified things a bit. Oh, it's you again. Nothing.
The lieutenant.
Your window looks direct.
I'm sorry that...
She knows.
Anything else, officer? Of course.
Okay, here we go. Round 2, baby.
I think...
Police colors.
Not the most original, I know. Here, cat.
A beautiful woman tossing you a...
Please catch it.
You overthink it.
Fuck, you bitch. I'm going to get this right, and you cannot stop me from getting it right.
you again.
This
Are you
is the
looking for
one
a
thing
dice?
I have in my life right now. I don't remember
Tell me
anything.
what you have. I think I have.
Police colors.
Not the most. Here, cat.
A beautiful woman tossing you
Why must this game hate me so much? I need the full set, please. I wonder if the game I haven't been paying attention to the dialogue, but I wonder if the game randomly
I think
police color.
not the most. Here,
decides
A
which one
beautiful
to
woman
have drop.
tossing you a gift. You overthink it.
No, it's always the blue one apparently, damn. I guess that makes sense. I failed this 3 times in a row, even though it's supposedly a 42% chance. You'd figured I'd have gotten it.
It's you again.
I've gotten it right by now.
Of course. Tell me what you have. I think
Police color.
not the most. Here, cat.
A beautiful woman tossing you
What the fuck? Game, please! I'm not reloading this save for nothing, come on. I'm breaking my one don't save scum rule just to get this fucking die, and the game isn't even giving it to me. This might be a form of karma.
Oh, it's you again. Nothing.
Your window.
And then I press on the wrong button.
She nods.
Anything else? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think
Police color.
not the most. Here, cat.
A beautiful woman tossing you a Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Wink.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
You definitely need lucky martinis. Was there anything else? Of course. Tell me, no need to rush. Take a look.
Thank you, video game. Thank you so much. Let me take a look at them. These two 20-sided die have the colors of police alarm, bloodstone for red and lapis lazuli for blue. If you roll them and squint your eyes, it looks like you're arriving on the scene, and it's raining. No, take a look at your map to see which night. Wait, notes have opened. Reception legendary. I could retry that, I think. Huh. I can retry the cargo container? Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, it's you again. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
What's a standard role-playing die?
It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a single roll. Technically, you can also use it for many other sizes, but you may need to reroll results.
Loving it. So nifty.
Why do you need to cast it in resin?
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though. Maybe you have... That's a classic, yes. A standard role-playing die with plan motifs. For 7 real, I could have it maybe...
I already
you
have one of
some-
those.
What do you mean by cursed?
Cursed isn't my life.
Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die. Maybe you have a star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Alright, maybe some other die then? A normal die? A polyhedral dice. Dice that have more than 4. Come on
Barrel
now.
dice.
Be a little. How about an amber die?
Poor man's gold?
Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
Sounds like me.
I had a feeling. Maybe you have some. The weird.
Ice.
I'm thinking something made from alligator.
Seal.
See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Wow. So someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Kim, am I boring?
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown. He doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Trying to do my job. No need for extravagance.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
This will be my capo type now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes.
I already have rigorous self-critique for Sorry Cop, though.
Good, good. Of course. To outright declare.
I don't know what that was all about, but alright. Let's see if I can't find any, passwords around here.
The whole thing resembles Radio Freak Unclear. It looks like a cardio. You think so? The web is comprised of radios. They must have had massive, the leader of a massive, a conductor for the hundreds of whoever decide. A list of names. There's no.
My God. It's the schedule. I know doom when I see it.
Nothing. Your flash, some of these luck translute. This looks one of the Welkins. Your eyes glide. The photo entire you see, albeit a pinned postcard read. This is it. Look, Minimi stands for a. As time goes on,
looks like
a note in the bottom. The handwriting. The full text read. These live translute. This looks like one of the Welkins. Tap your eyes glide over.
No passwords.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless.
Looks like we're done here. I can't find anything else about passwords. Guess I can come back here at some point. Well, this is fun. I think I can keep going for another half hour or so, and then I gotta turn in for the night. It's getting a bit late on my end.
You're alive and well. Yes, yes. How was it?
Someone should let the sun shine in.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself. It does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Bankruptcies. Bankruptcy is a quirk of our economic system.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
You just need to get used to chaos.
Precarious world? Economy? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished
Oh.
It's okay. You don't have to. I would thank you for nothing.
Thank you for nothing. Oh,
Please
fuck
buy
you
some
then.
books, or be on your way.
Do you have any extra thoughts that I'm not working on? I guess not.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. Yes, the similes of...
The woman looks aloof.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books? Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is
I
it?
thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Where did you get it?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
Except I'm an actual police officer.
Yes, I bet it looks good on you. Really serious. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
See you around. Dude, fucking Dick Mullen hat. +1 encyclopedia, hell yeah. You're real, your brain is real. Your real brain inside the hat. Well, that's one way to put it. That did give me +70, though, which I can put into one of these. -1. I think I'll save the point for later. Could use it for one of these. Cargo container door. Could retry that. I think I'm gonna go sell those two schminty items that I found. As well as that postcard. 6:43, no, 7:43 right now, according to the in-game timer.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
They who?
The bosses, man.
For them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down on his luck. If I had saved 4 myself. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid
I bet it's the fucking racist up the street. I'm calling my shot now. That's who it is.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
That's all for now. Took like all the long way around? Damn. Alright. The hell? Huh.
Hello, hello. Sure. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Definitely not going to sell this. How much coin do I have now?
Another time back.
29. Definitely way more than enough to get that dice and pay rent. I think I'm gonna go ahead and hold on to the sports ball for now, just for the sake of it, because then I can use it with the elderly men over in the courtyard. Oh, that was weird. Already walking around.
Officer, the mayor side of police in Martinez. Oh, the goal is to throw you bull as close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet. Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted. I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want
Thank
to
you, Gaston.
You'll put that knowledge to good use in 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now? Hurry up, then.
Sure, officer.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again. I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. It used to be...
Royalist military tradition?
But the communards were fond of them too. Call them revolutionary flowers. Bells of the revolution.
Did they bring you good luck?
You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment. The revolutionaries sullied them.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the idea for you, was it? She gave them to me too, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston, but not while we have company. So, officers.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month.
Huh. Quick save just real quick.
Looking for something, Rod? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He says as he drags in a cigarette. Fucking, what, of course.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Mirinza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
They make Al Ghul in Amara too. I was told they do.
I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of that Yugo-Grad vodka. Koikos and worse much.
So you're not.
No booze.
So you're not smuggling drugs out of Martinez then?
Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
What are you still hanging around for?
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see a lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Bad for him, I guess.
It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business.
Of course, he pins it on the other guy, the guy from outside the country.
He was peddling drugs as well.
The one reselling humanitarian aid packages, right?
That's the one. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This man.
His employer stuff. Broke the seals on his human ox lorry. No doubt he's selling drugs too.
I wouldn't be so sure about it.
Guess so.
Whoop. I don't know what that was about. Sorry about that. I think I accidentally clicked on the window.
Cool here, officer.
What the fuck?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
I don't know what the fuck's... What's your stance on drugs?
I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives.
Okay, hold on.
Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case,
That's weird.
drugs are excellent.
My fucking mouse is stuck on the...
Tasty drugs.
We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs to the harbor.
That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
You are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right?
Yeah.
I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation in the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Hold on. Yeah, my mouse is all fucked up. I don't know what's going on. I accidentally right-clicked on the border of the window, like at the top, and it does the... Does the thing where it's like, oh, you can close the window if you press Alt F4 and shit like that, you know? But now it's like following my mouse and I can't make it to stop. If you don't know, I'll tell your employer that you've been selling his stuff.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. after we've called his boss.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
If you don't want us to get into this mess, you have to give us a reason to move on.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her.
Lady
The way
driver?
they
I don't
talk
think I've
about
seen
her,
one.
She's no lady.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. He's not ruling her out.
I don't know. I'm not local. All of them. I don't know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses.
Persuading to give you some money.
Both of you.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business. Remember.
You seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
It's an investment in good relations with the RCM.
I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here?
10 real.
Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption. It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
I'm gonna quick save and then back out of the game and reopen it real quick because I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm assuming that closing the game will, help me fix that real quick. I still got some time left in me. Hopefully, it will be functioning by the time, that's weird. The game's freezing? Oh, there it goes. Okay. But yeah, I'm hoping that that little weird glitch will resolve itself. And what if the devs will know about that? I don't know. This loading screen is like really good, damn. It's got a view of the whirling in rags and everything. It's crazy. Yeah, it would have been funny to say 1 million real, but no. 10 real is enough. Definitely halfway to get me rent for a night. Give me a little bit of wiggling room when it comes to buying the cool shit, Cool shit that's out there. Equip a pry bar. Gonna run on down to the there you go. Now my dice are right next to each other. Hell yeah. Oh, that's weird. Just to make sure.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Oh, that's... Huh. That's weird. Alright. Anyways. Gonna go down... Gonna go on down to the harbor. See if talking to this lady over here will do anything for me. Just in case.
The woman still has.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
I was actually hoping you could tell me that.
Never mind. I remember now.
I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
When else would you be then?
Back in Mezca, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is.
You were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
Were these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, Woody. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters.
Right.
Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
Right, I have some other questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles behind the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Show me the soles of your boots.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
It's for important police business.
I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one, please.
Just before Gabriel, there was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
She's not the odd soul. There's not the boots that made the prints.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
What are you really hauling then?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
You seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she's the lady driver?
You hear that, Lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
A children is what
You
it
seem
is.
to know a two thing about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lawman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary. The great unrest. The woman sways her wrinkled shell.
Did you just call me a lady, Herife?
I was told of a woman driver. You're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
You're not the driver everyone is terrified of.
I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
Who was the female driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to?
That's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Oh, Sim.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Alright. Worth speaking to her at least. Get that out of the way. Let's see if I can redo that rhetoric. Put points into volition. Okay. Toss a coin to your witcher. I've never actually listened to that song, but, you know. That suddenly came into my head as I was thinking about giving that money to the novelty dice maker. Thoughts. Thought bonuses differ. Right. Okay. Quick select Thoughts cabinet. Character sheet. Show interactable objects. Press space to continue. F5 is quick save. Okay. Cool.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were locked, and as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with the rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
I wouldn't put it past me. Let's go sell the tear that I got in my bag to Frit. And then we can get going. Could probably burn the extra half hour that I got with checking out my case files, just for the sake of it. You're gonna talk to this guy?
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work. You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. Good. Besides, we're not that different. Maybe you should ask that we have families to feed, you piece of shit.
Okay.
So do we, Scott.
What exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Are you unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the second. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean, why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
That look, okay.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then, we charge. Honest men and women, with rights, to work, to be useful. Not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly.
Well, closer to his microphone for that one.
If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
Alright then. I haven't had a job for years. I don't know who said that, but alright. If you say so.
The tear machine stand. Your bottles clunk.
Those aren't the flowers that were left for Classier. Huh. Right.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Or something. Just as an emergency backup, you know. I gotta have some of those emergency backups on me. Drugs raise learning caps, but they're bad for your health. Anyways. Not like I could do too much today. Plus I got some money from that expedition into the doomed commercial business, doomed commercial sector. So that was cool.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Goodbye. Now I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at my ledger. Read up on another one of these cases.
It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Sequence killer?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Huh. Alright. Next world mural?
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us.
On the middle
Wreak
class?
havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They
Right.
take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Do you ever find out who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class.
In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next? Not much has changed.
Wait, whoa. Smell the ledger? What?
It's the ledger you found. The acidic stench of rotting food has rubbed off on the cellulose. It now, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why? So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Find out what happens when those two get funky together? Okay, pal. Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Quelle fucking surprise. Come on, no more. The ledger is going back down, away from your nose now.
Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, that was funny. I don't know why that was so funny. Key to the bookstore backyard. It's about Union card. Basement apartment building. Right. I still gotta check out the apartment building at some point. I got 2 skill points. Might up pain threshold. Yeah. 3, 4, 3, 5, 5. Might need to wait on these, honestly. Not sure what I could do with them. Buy new thought cabinet slots or forget old thoughts. See you in the morning. Bye.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
Should I do it? Oh, I think I should do it. Maybe. Let me save for real quick instead of like a quick save.
The bed is still cold. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
What?
Here we are again, my broken bud. Waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
I should up my pain threshold then.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
I think I need medical attention.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I'm looking at people all the time. I like them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Open your eyes. Something song lyrics that start with "Open your eyes," but I don't remember the song at all. I just know that there's probably songs out there that have "Open your eyes" as lyrics. Healed morale and healed health. I should probably stop for now. It is getting late. That's not the right button. I wanted to save normally. 7:30, right at the start of a new day. I can continue this the next time I play. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for coming in, hanging out, playing the video game with me. Even though I was mostly the one playing the game myself, but you know what I mean, right? It's very nice to have you all around. Hoping I'll be able to stream Friday night, but I'm not too sure how that actually will go. We'll see, though. We'll see. Gonna spend a bit of time just winding down here before I actually do go to sleep here. Or at least try to. Knowing me, it might take a bit. Because I've got problems with sleeping and problems with all sorts of things, really. I watched that, what movie is it called? The Mitchells and the Machines. Watched that one on Netflix recently. It was pretty alright. I had a... It's... What's the word I'm looking for? There's definitely a problem that I'm having with... Not that I'm having, that I had with the Mitchells versus the Machines, where I understand that it's the style that the movie is going for, but the very internet-y YouTube poop almost style of editing kind of bothered me at times, and I was like, damn, this feels almost out of place. But it didn't bother me as much as it really would have, because of the fact that, like, yeah, this is the style the movie's going for, and I can recognize that. Still didn't stop me from, like, noticing it every time it happened, though. Like, when they would reference old school Rage comic faces, or, you know, insert Numa Numa A as, like, a plot point into the movie. Or the twice that they bring up the yelling baboon, or whatever the fuck it was. Which is, like, you know, cool callback, very good. But, yeah, it just felt almost, like, too wild, I guess. Too wild for what you would expect in a normal-ass movie. But it was good. I did have a good time with it. I really liked the characters. Katie, I think her name was, is definitely my favorite, because cute girl, oh. She has a very good, personality. And it's so good, in fact, that they literally have it pop up onto the fucking screen at times, with the little drawing pop-ups that come up, which were very well done. Was quite a fan of those, especially the the what the fuck did they call it? The Mitchell Special or some shit? Like when they're driving, they had popped that up 2 different times. That was pretty good. Yeah, that's about it. There are other things I could talk about, but you know, I don't have really much to talk about in general, honestly. At least nothing that would be normal to bring up in a conversation, unless it's like, you know, we're discussing it in general. But thank you for watching. Thank you for stopping by. I'll try to play this again soon here. Hope you all have a good time. Good night.